time. It comes and goes. It is a fickle creature, affecting our opinion as we go along, molding it, shaping it, wondering what happens when you look back at time's hourglass. Did you really perceive it? Did you like what you see? Did you not? Have you ever wondered what could be when looking through a new fresh glass? How would your perception change when you can only imagine what if? Well, that's fun introspective. Anyway, so it's been hot minutes since the last time I played this game. Back in the glorious days before Awakening was even birthed under the sun of Nintendo's bosom, running rampant in the glory years of 2010, and really was the Wild West of Fire Emblem back then, even on the escapes of YouTube. I had all sorts of opinions of how the series would shape. Some good, a lot bad, and the landscape of the series has changed dramatically since that time frame. And so many of my opinions have also changed regarding the series as a whole, individual games, and especially this one. So many were like very radical changes too. Some were like, man, I'm not sure how I particularly care for this. But then looking back with renewed light and ditching the rose-tinted glasses, it's like, you know? Maybe there's something here after all. And then just going on through the age-old, and it's like, you know, yeah, maybe there is something here. And then we just have a good laugh about it. Time awakens with renewed eyes, and we just wonder to ourselves, what was true, what was false, what was but memes, what was but fine, what was belief, what was cursed, what was blessed, what was truly amazing, what was cringe, and what was great. Only the sun knows the answer as we look forward to the new dawn.
What's this icky paint-like goop? It's moving!
No, boys, don't touch that stuff.
Overlord Kratos Orient 8451 gifted a tier 1 sub to Toxicada. They have given 45 gift subs in the channel.
Onward, friends, and welcome back to Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. I was taking a bit there. Fire Emblem! This one! So yeah, hey, it's finally back to playing Radiant Dawn after a long time. I wanted to have a chance to replay Radiant Dawn for quite a while. Like, the moment after I finished the last redo of Path of Radiance, which was 7 years ago, but momentum just like shifted all over the place, and by the time I actually wanted to get into gear, we had to move houses. And I practiced the run I intended to do for this playthrough during the downtime between moving to the new house. By the time I finished, I was like, and I just kept putting it on the back burner. It was like, meh. Things kept coming and going. The opportunity to actually tackle Radiant Dawn again came and went several times, but nothing really stuck the landing. But this time, I feel as though, yeah, I will go for it this time. There's enough time to give it a shot, and you know what? I feel like it's time is right. Even though things have been been like a whirlwind in my life for past 3 months, things are finally like easing up. So may as well just find to get back into it, real raw. Okay, so there are a couple of rules for this playthrough. First off, this is meant to be a continuation of the stream playthrough I did of Path of Radiance that I did 7 years ago, so I will be using that team priority as far as the main team is concerned for this run. If you do not remember that playthrough or are new to this, and I'll gladly go over the main crew that I picked, it was Ike, Rayson, Alencia, Miss, Titania, Khalil, Shinon, Marsha, Tormod, Braum, Mordecai, Devdin, and Largo, as well as Nasir. And that was it. So all those characters will be used in this playthrough. But also, this is an all transfers run. I've been playing this on emulation, obviously. I do own my original copy still. In fact, I got it back from my cousin. I actually lent it to him after I finished the playthrough, the first playthrough on YouTube all those years ago. But he still had it, and he just gave it back to me like last year. And I was like, oh, you know what? All right, I'll take it. Maybe he just wanted to give it back. So yeah, I have it here, but just for the sake of this run in particular, I'm playing this on emulated. So yeah, this is an all transfers run, using a save file from Path of Radiance, where every single character in Path of Radiance is maxed out, even when they're not meant to be maxed out, because you theoretically cannot, you can't max out every character in Path of Radiance without massive cheating. So there's going to be a lot of unexpected shenanigans regarding the returning cast. You'll see it soon enough. Also, the save file has a bunch of things to prepare yourself for a continuation of Radiant Dawn involving its secret stuff, such as the Ike Soren conversation. If you're going to aim for that, I don't think I will for this particular run, but it is a nice little thing. I will. I'll be playing on a new game. I will instead going on this clear data.
Icky paint like goop. It's moving.
Now, boys, don't touch that stuff.
7 years later since Path of Radiance replay, and now
see,
it's
there
time
it
to
is.
reawaken the dawn. This time, we can go forth with renewed thoughts. 15 months, bud.
15 months, bud. So, I'm going to be playing on hard mode, because this is typically how I play Radiant Dawn. Although, there are slight concessions to this particular hard mode that I'll go over when we actually start. As we begin part 1, Silver-Haired Maiden. The prologue begins anew, under gray skies. What's going on here?
Find anything?
Not yet, sir. No.
Someone's gotta be here. Keep looking.
Sir. We're wasting our time. There's no one here.
I know I heard something.
Hush, Yune. Please, don't cry. If they hear you, you'll give us away.
Sweater socks!
Who's there?
Sweater socks!
Is it the Dawn Brigade? No, it was just a bird.
How's it going?
Ha ha ha! Thought we didn't see you? Look, silver hair.
If it's the fortune teller, we'll be heroes. Without her, the Dawn Brigade is nothing.
Oh, the general's going to love this.
Sir.
Listen up, class. If you don't want to get hurt, don't struggle.
All my homies use Facebook!
He's not alone!
I give that flashlight a 7 out of 10.
Micaiah,
So,
got you now.
Good job, Micaiah. Let's go.
right. Yune!
No one ever uses Instagram! Twitter sucks! Still impresses me just how good that cutscene looks. Anyway, we're in the Dane capital of Navasa. After that little bit of a scrap down, it's some time for the time off. As what happens 3 years after Path of Radiance's big-time war with Dane. So now we get to take control of Micaiah, the famed silver-haired maiden, and my boy, Edward, one of the members of the Dawn Brigade. It's not fire moving, ain't bandits. You know how it is.
This icky pay-like goop! It's moving!
Now, boys, don't touch that stuff.
Hey, wait a minute. Who let cats wear a crop top?
Oi. Rocking. Oh, I don't know which statement of that I should tackle first. Oh. But thank you for that. So, the Dane occupation army, or the Megan occupation army, has been taken nice and snug within Dane's foothold since the war ended, and they're not doing a good job, as you expected when they're just running roughshod over everything. And Micaiah's like, yeah, these guys suck. We're the Dawn Brigade, we're gonna do something about it. Yeah, look at me too. Flat what? Nice, good job. Well, the perception of children is come and go with these two. I don't think we ever actually know how old Edward is. I would assume he's somewhere between like 15 and 18, if I had to ballpark. Although, no, I think the art book might have his intended age when his character design. It was like 17 then. I will praise the Lord Twitter! How do we begin? So, yeah, Radiant Dawn opens up with a bunch of bandits as we play through a segmented story section. As Radiant Dawn is divided into 4 parts, which each tell a particular, follow a set of characters, and we just go through them. Part 1 is basically following Micaiah and the Dawn Brigade. So, playing on hard mode, naturally there are a couple of concessions. Experience is lower all across the board, and you don't have access to battle saves. You get the traditional suspend instead. Just turn this off. Go to my settings. Circle on, this experience on. It's good. Normally, hard mode also has a couple of other problems, like you can't check enemy ranges and that sort of thing. But The randomizer that this game comes with, has a bunch of quality of life features that allows you to set sort of things and turn them back on. So I did that for hard mode, re-enabling enemy ranges, as well as the weapon triangle and map affinity bonus, which are also disabled in hard mode. I also had, with the randomizer, I also enabled a couple of other quality of life features, but though they're like very few, we'll go over them in time, just to make this run a little bit more fun. Alright, brass tacks! Let's begin by talking about the main character, Micaiah. She is a light mage. She runs around with this light staff and light powers, and all sorts of light. Previously, back in the old days, Micaiah was part of that rampant movement for many person, including myself, who accused her of being a Mary Sue, a type of writing trope that has been largely discredited over the years, and yeah, like, it's kind of goofy thinking about that. It was just largely for talking about characters we didn't really like, especially the Whammons. It was really weird. It was the Wild West back then, alright? So yeah, I had fairly negative things to say about Micaiah back then. They're all gone now. I think she's pretty cool. Fire Emblem Heroes and Onward have done tremendous work in salvaging character for me as well, including her excellent voice acting from OG Veronica Taylor. Who's not in the voice in this game, but hey, that's more like 7 years off from that. So it goes. I'd like to say with things since the 12 years since I did that run, but I'd like to believe that my perception of Fire Emblem has changed for the better, in just general things. Anyway, Micaiah, she's fairly good in in 3 main aspects: magic, luck, and resistance. Her base res is not particularly good, I'm only 4, but she has high gross in all of those things. Her gross are 40 HP, 15 strength, 80 magic, 40 skill, 35 speed, 80 luck, 20 defense, 90 res. So yeah, she's built in a very specific way. High magic nuke will do lots of damage, but if she gets caught up close by any sort of physical combat, she's going down to Cripple Town really, really, really fast. You gotta be very careful when using her. So she is super squish. Base light magic is just a standard light tome. Light magic is slightly reworked since Path of Radiance. Now several other classes can use it without having to be a bishop. Unfortunate thing about magic in Radiant Dawn is that it's bad. It's pretty bad. The magic classes in Path of Radiance were fantastic. Not anymore. Many magic classes got the hugest possible nerf you ever did see. At least the herb is cool though. It's the vulnerary, but it's designed to get many more uses and restore 10 HP still. 10 uses. Still though, Micaiah is a very tricky character to use, especially in hard mode. You have to be very, very diligent with how you use her. Otherwise, things are gonna go bad real quick. You may notice her dark affinity is glowing. That's the map affinity bonus. Would normally disable in hard mode. If the map and the characters on the map share an affinity, they get a slight hit and evasion bonus. I believe it's +5. So in the status screen here, you can see all the weapon types that are available: sword, lance, axe, bow, knife, strike, reviews, fire, thunder, wind, light, dark, and staff. As well as their con, weight, move, their affinity, their race if Bjork or Ragoose, and if they're being traveled or a status effect. And we have skills! Hey, check it out! Skills had a massive overhaul in terms of how they function in this game compared to Path of Radiance. Some characters have their own personal skills, like Micaiah comes with Sacrifice. One of their main special tropes is that she can give up her own HP to heal another character and restore status effects to them, if possible. Their HP is quite low, so you have to be very careful with using this without proper buffing. As well as all infantry characters have shove by default, which costs 5, and allow you to shove dudes as well. It is, as you see, is now a skill, and those opposed to just being an innate thing. You'll see support bonuses being inactive, and well, this here screen where you see the affiliation of what the character is, their authority, who's leading them, and the bonds. As well as the effect of biorhythm, which has seen a massive increase since Path of Radiance. It is now an actual thing you need to look forward to, as it not only affects hit rates, the hit rates are now doubled, but it also affects skill proc activations. So let's have it then. Micaiah begins the light show, showing off her fancy footwork. Now we go on to my boy! My top boy, Edward. I love this kid. Most people tend to like the girly Genki Myrmidon. I like the guy Genki Myrmidon. Edward is my top boy. I genuinely think he's great, and I'm so chuffed that he's not in Heroes yet. What are you doing, Nintendo? Anyway, Edward is pretty much very much a growing boy, a typical Myrmidon, most respects, but he has genuinely high offenses. That's his main deal. But he really needs to earn his keep, because he starts off low level, and he has to quickly rack up the kills if he wants to produce long term. Edward's growths are 85 HP, 60 strength, 5 magic, 65 skill, 60 speed, 50 luck, 35 defense, 20 res. So yeah, very top heavy, and as long as he keeps consistently getting top heavy, he should be a very formidable swordman. Swords are a little bit better in Path of Radiant, or in the Radiant Dawn, because now there's a range option for them for most things. It's not super good compared to javelins and hand axes, but still better than nothing. You'll see it soon. Some things to note, as a Myrmidon, Edward has part of Critical 5, because that's what the Myrm class has, as well as Wrath. That's his version of Wrath. Up crit rate by 50% when HP is at 30% or less. This was modified from the Japanese version, in which the crit rate was lower, I believe, compared to what it is now. It was slightly nerfed from Path of Radiance otherwise, but still like nerfed here. The other thing to notice is that special skills like Wrath normally come with a cost. However, if that character comes with a skill, it has no cost, as long as they keep it on themselves and it's not removed. Ah, look at that weapon triangle! Stuff it hard mode. This is how Fire Emblem's meant to be running around. Zankanto! Ichimonjigiri! I think the game's trying to tell me something. So we have a bunch of bandits here. They have the standard axe class, although their enemy growth rates are quite high, especially in hard mode. These guys will bulk up very quickly. So they have the bronze weapons. These have fairly low power, and they cannot crit, but they're cheap as hell. So they also have low movement, only 5. But again, they rack up in power pretty quickly. And our boss today is Ugo, Fighter. Got a little bit of the chuff chin going on. Slightly better overall stats, and he's got an Iron Axe and a Vulnerary. Vulneraries are god tier. They are the go-to healing item in this game, as they now gain 5 uses and restore 20 when consumed. So just pretty much have a Vulnerary at all times. You can't go wrong in most cases. Unless you like need more emergency healing, so which other items can you do better. But for the long haul of the game, Vulneraries are very, very good. Ugo was also the first boss that I put for the second variant of Sacred Dawn back when I was ROM hacking. was a very different time. Hit him again. Edward's main mantra for the fandom in the early times was he takes axes to the face, especially true in hardmode where weapon triangle is disabled, normally. In this opening session here, he should fare off a little bit better than he normally would. We'll demo sacrifice here. Good. On turn 4, we get some help. Long live Instagram! An archer appears. Buck Wild. 'Tis Leonardo. So, a little bit more of a spec to him. Leonardo has a slightly awkward rap to him in that he's fairly middling when it comes to archers in this game. Compared to his competition. He's alright with consistent use in this game, especially with his, once he gets his personal weapon later on, which is jack to hell. But for now, he's just kind of in an awkward spot, since his main gimmick is that he does decent chip damage, and he's accurate to hell, but otherwise not particularly fast. His growths are 60 HP, 40 strength, 15 magic, 75 skill, 35 speed, 65 luck, 35 defense, 55 res. He's got a bit of res on him, a little bit of a Ronan energy in him. Good for him. He needs all the help he can get. Bows are better in this game than they have been for a long time. It wasn't really until after this game, or starting with this game, that bows had the revolution to becoming like genuinely good weapon type again. So their stats are in general are just like a little higher than normal, especially once we move past the iron rank. Steel onward, they get pretty dangerous. Oh, the Draco shield was nice. I plan to give that to Edward like immediately. And his set skill is cancel. Has I believe skill percent chance in this, or speed percent chance to just cancel out an opponent's attack. It's pretty alright. Give this one to Micaiah. She says that the moment she gets a kill. And, true to my word. Very cool. Alright. Come hither, gentlemen. My boy Ed would like to protrude a sword through you. All the two ranged options, I'm sure you can continually chip away at the opposition. By a few bit of choke points in this opening map to take advantage of, which is nice, given that you're fairly seriously outnumbered. That's okay. I'll be taking that. Diligent. Micaiah can just sneak in and get this real quick cheeky kill. Atta girl. Never mind Pugo's range, because he does move. There's that herb. Alright, boys. Good. And again. Hoi! Nice chin upper. Another one for you, Micaiah. If it's looking like I'm trying to bulk up Micaiah as soon as possible, that is correct! She doesn't have a lot of time before the story kicks off with her in earnest, so the sooner that she gets to level 20, the better. Okay. Not the best first level. Type of defense, you have it's an attack, that should be safe. Flip kick! Battle animations in this game are very fancy. They still hold up really well today. Speed's good, and the HP is nice, but that could have been better. Funny you mentioned that, actually. Time for my favorite boss theme in the game, Battle of Pride. Something about this good old jaunty tune. Oh man, Pugo, when you have a bet that Leonardo doubles you right away, Yeah, something about this tune just always puts me in a good mood. Five, 4, 2. Another one for Micaiah. Hey, come on now. Hey! Can't fault that. That is honest. And now it is honestly depressing that you're gone. Sorry, Pugo. But you got stuff to do. Get out, nerd. Alright, not bad for a sesh. Uh-oh. Cheese it, the cops! Let's go bowling sometime, I need to go. Oh, there he is! The true OG of Part 1, though. A very special power indeed. Healing Hands. That's a trope, you know. Man, can you believe? Back when I first did the old playthrough, didn't even know what TV tropes was. Watch out, Jared, you might get thrown off a cliff. You know, I think Sov would be the most capable of the Dawn Brigade crew to actually just be like Camille and throw Jared off the cliff in that scenario. Anyway, don't mess with this guy! zero room for shenanigans. He knows what he wants to do, and he do it. I love the camera work in this game too, with the maps. Very good use. All right, so we have some most experience to start off with. You'll notice when we play this game, you're coming from Path of Radiance. You got a lot more bonus experience to play around with, and that's because the cost for gaining experience is pumping up for levels is higher. So it goes. But the best thing about Radiant Dawn is this guy.
Tellius, the year 648, early summer. The northeastern nation of Dain lost a bloody war with neighboring Crimea 3 years ago. Crimea, however, abdicated its right to rule Dain and passed sovereignty of its former enemy to the powerful Benyan Empire. Dain's future is now subject to the whims of the Empire. Benyan's occupation forces have gathered all Dain men of fighting age and put them to work in labor camps. Their work is brutal and void of purpose, designed to break both body and spirit. The remaining population faces poverty and starvation as the fields lie fallow. A band of young heroes has escaped the Benyan army to form a group called the Dawn Brigade. Fighting for a free Dain, they alone have stood against Benyan's forces. They alone have shouldered the hopes of their nation. Among the company is a young girl named Micaiah, who is said to possess mystical powers. The people of Dain have come to know her as the Silver-Haired Maiden. They have come to think of her as the savior for whom they had been waiting. Benyan's forces have tried time and again to capture and silence the Dawn Brigade. However, Micaiah's ability to sense impending danger has thus far allowed the Dawn Brigade to evade the Empire's grasp.
It was a very big deal back in the day. Chapter 1, Maiden of Miracles, when a narrator with full voice acting just started bellowing out the world map narration. You could tell this game was a big deal. It was meant to be. And boy howdy, even now, that narration gets me every single time. Anyway, after the last time shenanigans, it's time to wonder, what do we do now? Very much a deconstruction of the whole what happens afterward. Will they start to paint this as once Path of Radiance ends, because that ended in a nice happy way. But what about the losers? And now the other two show up. We had a scrap again. Yeah. Just casually applied some to Edward there. It was alright. That bit happens regardless of whether you actually use sacrifice in the map or not. I would also like to bring up a little thing about Radiant Dawn's script. In the original Japanese version, you playing on harder difficulties, they use an enhanced script. Playing on normal uses a very basic script. The enhanced script includes extra details and stuff that didn't quite make that helps flesh the story out more. Unfortunately, Radiant Dawn's localization is based on the basic script, so we don't get much of that fancy stuff. It's a bit of a shame that, because a lot of the stuff they leave out is quite interesting. I only got a fairly meager level that last time. Same, Rambo. I figured that'd be a shoo-in at this point, with going even with basic ROM hacking. Like, would have been such an easy thing to do, but no, it hasn't been done yet. And I figured, like, I mean, naturally, something to translate would be kind of difficult, but yeah, we still have most of it in, on Serenus Forest, anyway. At least for up to part 3, I think. But yeah, that's the main thicket with this sort of thing. A lot of the extended script was kind of neat, in fact. Anyway, we're in chapter 1 here. We have to get all of the characters to escape from the top of the map in 10 turns. Take too long, it'll be game over, and you will be harangued along the way as you go through. So, our little bit of scrunkly bunkles are going to have a bit of time, but it's okay. They have some genuine muscle here to help ease the pain. Nolan. He is the main most muscle of the Dawn Brigade for the most part. He is a fighter, and he's quite a decent one too. As a character, he's awesome. He's genuinely just very chill, smooth, suave. If you look at his character notes in the backstory, he's just very chill about forming the Dawn Brigade, and he was said to be the leader. Then Micaiah took over once her powers and charisma started kicking in, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not about to argue that." But he's a very chill dude, relaxed and all that sort of thing. So Nolan is quite beefy to start off with. High HP, strength skill. He's low speed, but he's got a high speed growth. And can bulk for a while. If you wanted to use that Draco shield on him instead of Edward, like I did, he's a very good opponent for it. His growths are 60 HP, 45 strength, 20 magic, 70 skill, 60 speed, 60 luck, 35 defense, 40 res. As an axe user, he's going to want to get strength early, hopefully, so he can use the heavy stuff without worrying about too much penalty, but as long as he can get some decent strength and speed, he can bow through on pretty cleanly. For now, he's going to be your hard carry for the early portions of the map, due to his raw offense that he provides, and just being generally tanky. Also, Nihil is his base skill. Enemies get skills a little bit more often in this game than Path of Radiance, so Nihil is pretty useful. And it becomes a high premium near the end of the game where very dangerous enemies will have skills. Which can very easily cause a run end. You'd be surprised at how fast this game scales. I mean, look at the stats of the enemies here. You were fighting very basic bandits first, but now the enemies here are actually starting to get some kit to them, with stats already in the double digits. This game goes fast and loose pretty quickly, so you have to be very careful. Fortunately, a good chunk of these guys are spearmen, so with weapon triangle back active, Nolan has a little bit of a way to them, and the ones that aren't are axes, so that's Edward's a priority. There's a house here. Feel free to visit it. Another vulnerary. Can't say no to that. dangerous already. Probably a good thing you didn't actually get a crit there. Nice dodge. Alright. Must engage with the quickness. Ranged options here, and the one that has the archer is a little bit away. Oh yeah! Yeah, a little bit more of a ranged option to block our escape. We've got a fighter with a hand axe. Hand axes are, in fact, the best weapon in the game. Going at me. And Isaiah, the boss, has a Myrmidon with a steel sword, slowing him down a little bit, but he's still quite fast. It's true. You can't forge the double bow. Truly, it is superior. There, right there. Edward's back in fighting fit. Alright. Now will be a very good time to start sprinting ahead. I did not Rambo, although I did legitimately think about it, but I wanted to make this playthrough as vanilla as possible, given the constraints of what I wanted to do with it. Perhaps another time, because the changes they made with the randomizer with the tomes and classes for some characters are legit interesting, and if I didn't want to go for vanilla if possible, I would have enabled them. Ooh, Mickey, you're not. I forgive you. You can do better now, dear. It's okay. I know it's been a while. Forgiveness is hard, but it's okay. I should be safe. Ested only gets this so he can get a hand axe to add to his repertoire. Lancemen, come! Yeah, see? Even Edward can't really double these guys because they're more ferocious than bargained for. So let's let up footsies. Right away and do a bit of luck and pluck. Yeah, that's the other thing that preventing from like trying the new classes is because it's like bet a lot of these don't actually have proper animations, so they'd be kind of funky to actually play around with. So, this is pace. Alley-oop. From what I could tell in the vacuum, probably not enough to actually make him, like, super salvageable. Playing a dangerous game here with Ed in a sec, but need more of that hard offense. Alright, if memory serves, once you attack these guys, they aggro. Be careful. The dangers of being coming under a crit rate. And this is the kind of danger that Micaiah is going to be facing for a lot of the game. Just being blicked instantly by physical attack. Good dodge. Playing with dangerous numbers with this guy already, so... Which is quite funny, given that Wind Magic was already one of the better magic types in this game already. come the reinforcements, bringing in the rear. Playing dangerous footsies with the crit rates, but we got it. Quite easily, in fact. Alright, take that steel sword. Hopefully Ed gets some strength soon. Alright, everyone needs to escape. As if, forgot to mention, if any character goes down during this map, it's a game over. Hurry on, book it, kids! They're on your tail. The police are coming. Woo, 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 woo! Yeah, but Micaiah sticks out like a sore thumb with her anime hair. Nico, my cousin! This is not the time to go bowling! Bowl the onions! Ah! The true power of Fire Emblem script writing didn't really come in until this game. Path of Radiance was the harbinger. This game, the floodgates kicked open. And then they erected the fine-ass tower that was Shadow Dragon. A vision! Nice! Good job, guys! I mean, you guys did in fact get in their way. It's okay. I'm imbuing my character trait into this boy, so we can go bowling in the future. And given that dude was already near death anyway, yeah, Micaiah's out. She's gone. Ah, here's someone not so forgiving for a light show. NPCs, though! Absolute moron! NPCs in the way? Here! Use a stick! It's effective! Come on, guys! Get with the program! I'm the leader! You have sharp stick, NPC dies! Easy, easy! Yeah, don't mess with Jared. He'll get shit done. Guaranteed. And there's a shot of the capital of Navasa in the distance. Very chill. Alright. A little bit slow, but eh. We're getting a bit of shenanigans underfoot. Moving onward to Chapter 2, The Dispossessed. Hey, don't count Jared out. He would do that easily. Fits. Come on. The forest is glowing. The birds are singing. The sea is a sparkly blue. You can see the mountains in the distance. Yes, time to assist this rando girl to get her into their good graces. We're the protagonists. We got it done. It's in our blood. It's in our lifeblood. We are homies to the end. Yeah, and they have me around here, little girl. You'll be alright. Just go right into it! So we have to go get medicine for Laura's abbot, and it's all the way up here. She has to arrive in this spot. But, I have to deal with more Begnion goons, and, they're a little bit chuffed from the last map, so they're gonna be bringing their A game a little bit more. Naturally, this map features one very cool feature about Radiant Dawn's map design: elevation. So you will see here, there are ledges here that infantry characters can cross at a certain movement cost. You can attack up or go down, like so. I could do this, but it would be very bad for Edward to do that, since he will get smoked by a lot of these guys here who start actually having stats now, as mentioned. So you're gonna take this nice and slow. If you attack up a ledge or down a ledge, there's a modifier of 50, attacking up a 50 hit rate. So you lose 50 hit if you attack up, and gain 50 if you attack down. Also, if you attack down, you get a damage bonus of 2. So, if you, so yes, it is very beneficial to have the high ground in this game, absolutely. Joining us for this map is Laura, Priest. She's your first actual healer character. And, healing is all she's good for a very particular portion of the game, until she starts getting her stride going. But it's alright, Laura's pretty cool. She's jacked in the growth department, though. 45 HP, 20 strength, 70 magic, skill, and speed. 50 luck, 20 defense, 35 res. So the main problem with using Laura, as an actual fighter character, is you have to dealing with her extremely low bases. Those growths are good, but they need to keep consistently going up for that to actually matter. And staves, while good, still have very low experience gains. However, staves also have a particularly neat quirk in Radiant Dawn. They can be equipped and have passive effects when actually equipped, such as the heal staff, when passively equipped, restores 5 HP per turn on the user. And while a staff is equipped, they can also be used as a weapon for counterattack. Although they all have a base might of 1. So don't rely on it. They do also provide standard hit rates, and as well as individual crit rates, depending on the staff used. And their base hit rate is also 100. So yeah, basic heal staff restores 5 HP when held, which is okay, not great, especially 5 HP starts getting pretty outclassed very early on, but eh. So it goes. Laura's alright, but she needs to see a lot of repeated use in order to get good very quick. Otherwise, she's not going to be anything more than a heal bot. As we advance onward through this lair, we will notice we have some chests to grab over down here, as well as fighting the boss here, Zaitan, who's an armor knight, an armor lance, as the lance and cavalry classes in this game have all been split up depending on weapon type. So yeah, Zaitan uses a lance armor. He's got a javelin and a vulnerary. He's alright. Notably pretty tanky, but he's also guarding a particularly important item. Fortunately, we do get something in this map that will help deal with him quite nicely. How well? We'll see. Also, don't let Laura get killed in this map, as she has to arrive. If she falls, it's a game over. I have my team already figured out, Zeranius. It's set in stone. Much better! See, Mickey, I knew you had it in ya. And you granted an important HP just in time for Laura to heal it. Please bestow. Leaving Edward there, so homie down there can actually attack me. Gall and the intrigue! Zaitin's having a good time. Oh, on this run, you're gonna be seeing a lot of use of Soth for a very particular reason the moment he shows up. Trust me. You're gonna be glad I did. Dodge. Dum-de-dum. Saw working in the shadows very discreetly. Ah, but you see, Zeranius, opinions can change over time. That's the entire point of this playthrough. Sword. Clean. Yeah, no range shenanigans here. I can safely have Micaiah do this. Like that. Can't really do anything else. Still wish this game had an all-range button to view. Alas, it is not. As you see, via them already coming in pretty dangerously, as well as the Steel Axe there, slowing down no one. This fighter was giving him the guff already. Alright, passable first level. Not great, but it'll do. What's up? Alright, so Sother showed up. There are going to be some very interesting things regarding an all transfers run, especially Saw, since he benefits the most by an all transfers run, period. So before we look into his stats, I'm going to have to lay some things regarding the rules of transfers. If you don't know, any character that is returning from Path of Radiance gains stat bonuses if they reach level 20 and cap a stat. +5 if they capped HP, +2 if they capped any other stat. regardless if they hit level 20 or not, they also gain bonus weapon experience depending on their final weapon rank in the game. That is transferred over immediately to the weapon rank into Radiant Dawn, as well as if they had an ace support with a character in Path of Radiance, that character is now a bond support for them. I believe is fixed. The bond support is similar to. Sorry, I'm just reading, going through my head real quick. The bond support functions like it did in Path of Radiance, where you have to be adjacent to the character for it to function, and it boosts crit rate. I believe bond supports unlocked in this manner are worth 5 crit. Sov is the one exception in the transfers rule, in that, unlike other characters, as he's an important character in this game, if he reaches level 20, his stats transfer over directly. So, whatever stats he had in Path of Radiance, if he hit level 20, they are copied over immediately. However, this can also have the negative effect of losing stats if your Sov ended up being really bad for some reason. Which is kind of hard to do. You'd have to be very unlucky giving him his ropes, and like you'd actually have to be actively sabotaging him. But in an all transfers run, things get a little different. A little different regarding this character. So, I'm gonna have to explain a couple of more things. So, when it comes to Sov, he can cap a lot of his stats in Path of Radiance, except luck. I believe the most his luck can ever go up to with stat boosters normally is 25, I think. 25 or 27 is one of those. Then he just immediately shows up at level 1 room with all the stats. So his base stats normally would be in the vicinity of 34 HP, 18 strength, 7 magic, I think. 6 or 7 magic. 20 skill speed, I believe 18 luck, 13 defense, and like 7 or 10 res. It's one of those. I can actually like look it up real quick. Just to be safe. I saw 35 HP, 18 strength, 4 magic, 20 skill speed, 15 luck, 14 defense, 9 res. Okay, I was like wildly off a couple of those things. So yeah, like all these could be legitimately possible in Path of Radiance except luck. But as you can see, in an all transfers run, his luck is just maxed immediately. So like, yeah, he's gonna have a lot of fun. So all transfers Sov is incredible. Like his stats are huge, as you can see, especially his luck, making him incredibly dodgy for a good portion of the game, tanky for a lot longer. And him having high magic makes him an excellent imbue candidate, which will keep him nice and healthy. Which is good since he's a forced character for a lot of Micaiah's maps, and if he dies, it's a game over. So, he starts with a card, which is a fairly average knife, despite it being a B rank weapon. It's alright, it has decent crit rate, but not particularly too impressive. As well as a standard bronze dagger for, like, general offense killing. Not that he really needs it. Oh yes! Knives, in fact, are a weapon type in this game, and they're pretty good, in fact. Generally, they have lowish might, but have pretty decent crit rates and nice effects attached to some of them. And some of them can be used at range, so a decently strength-filled knife user can actually be pretty good utility. And with 20 base strength, that's some damn good utility on Sov right now, even with B knives. So as a rogue, of course, Sov can steal stuff, like this. One of these guys is a vulnerary thing. Or not. Okay, that one does. I'll have to grab him. And then you just swipe items. Stealing works as it did in Path of Radiance. You can steal any unequipped item, or unequipped item or weapon, so long as you have the strength for it to carry the weight. But you can't steal locked equipment, like the boss's javelin here, which as you can see, it's marked with a lock mark here. So I can't steal it, even if it was unequipped. He also has Guard, which is a very interesting skill in this game. I've never seen it activate myself, outside of like the one character that actually has it, but it's meant to redirect attacks to the adjacent character that they are supported with. And as you see here, Sov has an instant ace support with Micaiah, so it's meant to go off a hit with him. And that's his basic set skill. But yeah, I think it's skill percent chance, but I've never, ever, ever seen it go off with Sov, like, at all. I'm gonna look a little more again. Guard is support level. It's listed as support level. That tells me nothing, so thank you. But anyway, that was a long-winded explanation just for me to say Sov is huge and based in all transfers. Feel free to have some shenanigans with him, as watch his weapons break on him. He is the hard carry for the Dawn Brigade. I think I prefer Fates as dagger weapons because those are, except for the stat down, the fact that the Fates dagger weapons provide, and only by virtue of them not disappearing on the turn after. If they had that effect, then I would like hold a full stop. Alright, Ed, your first level was not so great. Better! And got Rez, the Chad. Gonna live life a little dangerous to with Micaiah right now. Dom-de-dom. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of combat that Sov's going to be doing. Just the grand majority for the first early game is just going to be most enemies just going to be hilariously bouncing off of him. Good. Ah, nice. Easy, easy. Miss. Alright, on you get, Mickey. I forget if these guys move if they're in your attack range or not. I don't remember if they do or not. Like from the ledge, I mean. Anyway, taking that, feel free to have another whack at me. They don't drop off of the high ground, but they will attack from this end. Okay, I think I remember that. Keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, let's take a look at this steel bow, as you can see. Yeah, this archer already, level 8, 13 strength and skill, and the steel bow has 10 might, as opposed to the typical 9. Okay, 23 attack already. We're running off there. Like I said, the scaling in this game gets wild very quickly. Miss. Oh, he one-shots Micaiah with extreme prejudice. Jared immediately hiding and waiting like, yes, the plot, come to me. And away you go, Archer Man. Another Golden to steal. Just gonna keep nice and raised. Little pledge. Hey, check it out! Actual practical purpose for the ledge combat. Even Micaiah can have a decent time here. Miss! I'll take that. And again. See, look at that. That guy actually does damage to sub, given how jacked he is. Miss. 2 swings and a miss. And again. Kochi Kochi! Once more, huh? This dude is an iron sword and a chest key. Times 14. Yeah, that with a crit rate of 11. Yeah. I throw Edward down there, and there's a very small chance that you can get blicked out of existence. Herb, you can use it in Kush. Nah, it's just 10. It's just the new replacement for the Vulnerary. But given how fast HP scales and how high damage is, you very rarely have a use for it outside of the early maps. Vulns heal 20 in this game, and they have A uses, so they're your primary go-to for healing. was blowing, even with the hand axe. That's okay, I can just whack him from here. Now you can't touch me. Those guys on the bottom sure can. Like this. Yeah, they're archers, and they have some decent tech to them. It's got iron, bronze. They can take out Micaiah if I'm unlucky. Already notably jacked from later attack. Cool steel bow. Very dangerous if I do that. Yes. See, feel that raw accuracy they get from doing this. Miss. He's done. The standard level for Micaiah. I'll take that chest key. Moving on down. Now to ensure that these guys don't get up ledges, so they can't hit me harder. We must keep Laura safe. Loaded HP seems to be the very high name in the game, despite the lowish caps that this game tends to run with. You look at some of the modding community regarding Radiant Dawn, some of the rebalances or like overhauls they've done to the core game involve exploiting very high HP numbers so that damage can skyrocket. It was a fairly interesting take. I'm of the opinion that I don't think high HP Fire Emblem is kind of my thing. I prefer a low stat Fire Emblem. You all know that, but depending on how the game can particularly be balanced, it can be quite interesting. First chest is Micaiah's new toy for the rest of forever. Thaney. This is our typical PRF. It is very strong. It is the Thaney Bomb. High might, high accuracy, and effective against armor and cavalry. This is Micaiah's main toy, and she's quite good at using this thing. We got Lancers now. They're a little bit annoying. Nolan can treat with them decently, and Sov, well, you can just do absolutely everything. But yes, the Thaney is Micaiah's bread and butter for the rest of the game. It is that good. And also because light magic in particular just does not particularly get much better than that, so this is all she gets. And even the soldiers are just doubling Nolan. He's not having a good day. Yeah, indeed, you also get a second one. Plus the Wind Edge. So the Wind Edge here. This is the main range form of attack for sword users in this game. It's not particularly great, since it's the same base might as an iron sword, and its accuracy is quite poor, but it's the best they've got for a very long time, and it is legitimately better than nothing, so I ain't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. It's alright. Okay, you guys need to back up. No one's gonna have to handle most of these credos by himself. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. Each of their hand axe. Edward can handle one of them. It is basically a pre-form of the Kodachi that you see in Fates, yeah. Well, it's better in by the form that it doesn't tank your follow-up potential, it's just fairly weak. Nice crit! I'm a little scared that I equipped the steel sword, although like, oh man, that might actually would have been doubling territory. But no, it looks like that worked out. Nice. This is also absolutely not how I play this map typically. I just thought it would be not fun to both try something different for a little bit. You know, this is definitely night and day how I can have a world difference how I can play Fire Emblem nowadays. Dangerous. No, I tend to be a little bit more aggressive when I play now. Unless I know I have to play slow. Pawn these off over to Micaiah. And here it is in action. Gather your energy for the Spirit Bomb! Alright. And with that, we're clear. So let's just go finish the map. Now I will gladly treat with my spoils. Give me that. And you give me that, typically. It's a while for Leonard to use the steel bow since he starts with D, not C. Bows. Whack. Tumbling again. First level up for Leo. Nice! Pretty good! Now you, Laura. Not about as expected. Okay, that's good. Strength is good. He needs it. He needs it quickly. Let's go open that chest. Back up. Homie here, so we can use sacrifice. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna take this energy drop. That's +2 strength to anyone. Gonna be holding on to this. So right now I can just end the map and have Laura arrive, but it'd be fun without a boss kill. Damn, even he can't damage the song. That's funny. Not really, Matt. Given that who I'm using in the Dawn Brigade is literally just going to be, like, Edward. Long term, and that's it! Maybe Nolan, depending on if he turns out better, but it's just gonna be Edward. The main power of Sandy comes in stuff like this! First things first, I'll break your kneecaps and then your armor. Hey, don't look up. Too late. He's dead! Yeah, just like that. Done. Of course, we'll leave behind the girl that has 6 speed and 5 move. Of course, she's gonna slow down compared to the rest of you. 3 marks. Mickey fancy terminology. It's coming near. Big one's close by. Ah, Micaiah. You need to have learned one very strict thing with Jared. Be careful with the tension. Going bad. Jared, definitely a Twitter user. Onward fast, chapter 3, a faint light. So yeah, already our heroine finds herself in dire straits as she's thrown in prison. Along with Laura, shenanigans abound. Oh hey, it's Amy. You're looking alright. Damn, throwing all the women in prison. They all slight you some way, Jared. I could probably guess how Leona ended up here. Probably munched on his lunch stores or something. Poor thing. Cheers! I haven't looked at you to always hate women. That's definitely a Chris statement. Who's that over there? Oh dear Ayami, you will learn to hear a lot more of the turn Olivai grass as we go on in this game. Foresight demands that I apply this medicine. Because he's a turbo misogynist. Damn it, Polly. Hey, we're not having a prison arc right now. It's too soon for that. We're not playing Thracia right now. Get in gear, now. Hey, how's it going? There will be the occasional fan service quick nod to players who played Path of Radiance if you read the script. A little bit more if you happen to have transfer data along. There will be occasional extra bits of dialogue. After you, my good man. Meanwhile, the rest are here. Spooky. And they appear to have this place under lock and key. She is always like that. She will demand good noms now. Feast. Feast upon her soul. She'll get her fill. Okay, now it's a proper escape map with getting out of Glaive Prison. And a lot of things just keep piling in all at once very quickly, so you're gonna have to take things in stride. So in order to just, like, ensure that we don't actually have to do the whole prison sequence, they just don't alter your equipment at all. Good. That would be kind of shenanigans in this sort of thing. And this staff is for you. Yes, this not fresh staff that is no longer going to spend to use. That happens to have 29 uses. So, some things. Some new faces, some old. Aimee and Kurth here are acting as partner units that you can direct as you will, as they are yellow. So feel free to do that with Micaiah. Thing to do with directing partner characters is that even when the Lord character has ended their turn, you can still direct them. Unlike in Path of Radiance, and with you used up Ike's turn, you can't direct for that turn anymore until the next one. But that's good. There's a nice quality of life that they added. Anyway, so like Eliana is the first character returning from Path of Radiance who gets actual stat bonuses proper from transfer bonuses. And I do believe Eliana can actually achieve and cap all of her stats naturally, although I think you're gonna have to get a little lucky with our luck stat, I think. Speed is also going to be quite hard to do it naturally since she's quite slow, normally. But yeah, Eliana with standard transfers benefits heavily. Especially she gets magic and speed, since her normal base speed is quite low. Her 13 is good, but her speed growth is quite low. But 15 is excellent, since that gives her quite a bit of leg room to work around with. All as well as it can, because magic classes are not good, and thunder magic is much worse in this game than it has been in Path of Radiance. It's got a hard nerf in terms of its might, while benefiting crit instead. Anyway, Ileana's gross are 55 HP, 45 strength, 50 magic, 60 skill, 30 speed, 40 luck, 30 defense, 50 res. So yeah, it's still fairly on the slow end, but decently good stats otherwise, and high strength to help combat the increasing weight of tomes, which is good. She used Elf Thunder without any AS penalty, but as you can see, its might is a far cry than what it was in Path of Radiance, but it still has decent crit, so that's nice of it. And the high base speed will go a long way, as well as having instant A rank access for transfers. Not that matters a whole lot, since you don't really get high-end Thunder Tomes until later anyway, but alright. A skill is Shade, makes it less likely to be targeted. The only like so much less. She's still fairly squishy, but the extra HP and bulk will help quite a bit. So that's nice for her. Transfers do a wonder for Ileana's survivability in Part 1. We have NPCs to go along with. Aimee is the base vendor. She can't fight, but she has like a decent amount of res and speed, so it's okay. She's basically a meat shield. You have to, like, if you want to get bonus experience, you'll have to actually get these two to escape. But this guy, on the other hand, is a little bit funny. It's Kurth, who looks a little funny. He's a pilgrim. I have a jacked pilgrim. Look at those stats. He's got some actual def and res and decent luck on him. A little slow though. Check out those stat caps. Very interesting. So yeah, Kurth is a bit of a chunky lad. You can effectively use him as a meat shield to help combat shenanigans just as well, because there's a lot of that to he can absorb, because there's a lot of high power weapons going on now as the game starts scaling in power very quickly. There's also our first hidden item on this map. In this corner here, you can get a coin. Any character can find a hidden item that is based on their skill stat, I believe, modified by their biorhythm by a maximum of 20, or I believe it's 20 if they're in best biorhythm, and minus 20 if they're worse, plus 60 if they're a thief class like Soth. Anyway, I believe the higher range and offense is going to be kind of annoying to deal with. Well, Sov can help mitigate problems very quickly. Now that he's like Omega jacked, I can have him do this and he'll be fine. I'm gonna equip the dagger, just break her up upon him. Go on, I dare ya. Actually, I don't think I should be picking Micaiah anywhere because of the range offense on Pleasure. This guy has a javelin. Yeah, 19 attack, that'll one-shot her. And no one's very awful, no good, very bad day. Continues. You're a boss right here. Burton, he is a sword knight, cavalry. He has a wind edge, decent stats on him, and the discipline skill, or scroll that you can steal. You'll have to steal if you want it. Discipline doubles weapon experience for BR characters. Pretty handy for a couple of characters, but more often than not, you probably don't need it. Still, it's better, a nice skill to have early on. Better to have than not have. Oh wait, here. That's last to move, so target. This one here. Burn, here's a Mickey indeed. Ow. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Door key, in case you want to go to the right side instead of the left. Miss. It's a hit. Action goes up. Miss. I unequipped him. Animations are automatically set to off the moment you unequip a character. Who's that Pokemon? Aaron. He's the one of the only recruitable enemies in the entire game. If you can believe that. Outside of like certain special circumstances, like he's the only like regular one. He's the one that let the Dawn Brigade in, and you can get him once I have Laura talk to him. So keep him careful and busy, just to make sure that we don't attack his ire, blow him up or something. Yeah, it was a nice demonstration of Transfer's Ileana actually providing good fight power. She's great for this portion of the game, but then she starts falling off if she doesn't like gain power. Especially speed. Now Soft can fight back. This is a cleared file, Tenebrae. I intend to go all the way. Nice! Speed! Not that it'll help with too much, given that we're playing a hard one and it's already going to be outclassed, but any point of speed is good point of speed, so... One a little bit. Javelin, Sea Lance, Javelin, Sea Lance. It's gonna get a little wild quickly. Maybe like this. Ow. Missed. Alright, best case scenario. 000 already. In the ranks. Before I do that, anyone can take advantage of this? pressure along the other end. I can trade blows with Ileana. I think that's the only one that I can. No, wait, there's another. If both of them get Ileana, it'll be a problem. I think, yeah, they both one-shot her. They both, like, put her low, and they both hit, they'll kill her. I can't track myself. Oh, I gotta be careful of the boss, because Burton does move if I get into his range. Okay. Fine. No bother, indeed. And Laura is such a girl. She's alright. Aaron Ryan! So, first soldier of the game. He's okay. How good he is pretty much depends on the difficulty you're playing on, though, to be honest. Since his main focus is that he's very high on skill, strength, and defense, but not so great in speed, and that speed is going to factor in more and more as we play the game. He needs good speed to keep rolling in this high offense game. His growths are 50 HP, 75 strength, 10 magic, 75 skill, 35 speed, 35 luck, 70 defense, 25 res. So yeah, as mentioned, high strength, skill, and defense, but fairly low speed, and he's gonna want good speed if he wants to stay relevant. Otherwise, his high defense won't matter a whole lot in life. At least he's got some decent lances that he can fling, and there's a prime candidate to use discipline early on in the game because you can give him something nice to play around with. His rapport with Laura is about all you can really get out of him early on. Truth be told, I don't recall if these armors move. I think these guys do though, and that'll be a problem if they get in my grill. There at 15 speed. I can do this. I'm just looking forward for a fun little romp time with Engage, to be honest. I'm definitely not mid on it like I was with Three Houses. That's that I can tell you for free. Like, I'm actually looking forward to playing it. That's friends for Nolan. Hoi! If I attack him, what's that look like with Ileana? Can't double him. Can't leave him out in the open because Laura's exposed. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of him. It's mainline. Absolutely mainline. As it is basically more or less an anniversary game. Looks like the Archer can already attack one. No, I think I'll have Edward do this. Oh, maybe not. That hit rate is atrocious, homie. Go for it. Up. And again. He didn't attack. Yeah, alright. I'll take that. I'm not gonna fight back. Jesus Christ. There's a lot for me to, like, gaggle about, engage. I know there's been a lot of discourse about it over on Twitter, but I'm out of Twitter. People complain about anything about that game, about anything these days on Twitter. I just think it looks neat. I can have some great grievances about it, but in general, I just think it's going to be a nice, fun little game to look forward to. TBH. I only ask for more these days. Something the art style. Yeah, that one's definitely like most people's drips about the game. Personally, I think it's okay. It's hit and miss for me. Some of it works, some of it does not work for me, but it's alright in general. Excellent! Very cool how that worked. I'll be taking that. So yeah, we have lance armor and axe armor here to provide guarding. These guys don't move, I'm pretty sure, so they just stay here to guard the place. This guy eats Micaiah, but Micaiah also eats him, so... Well, maybe you should get those boots shined then. Make them be nice and pretty like Micaiah's. Anyway, another one falls to the Spirit Bomb. Cheers! Say not bad. And Laura's like right there to heal him, so yeah, I'll take it. This is hard mode, yeah, but with some concessions changed via the quality of life portion of the randomizer. Such as being able to see enemy ranges, weapon triangle, that sort of thing. Yoink. Halt. My Kurth right where he is right now. Yeah, hopefully this goes fine. And Dum. Yes. Good combat roll. Do it again. Ah, missed. Heal that now. That fingers up. Do this. This is immensely satisfying, by the way. I felt the same way when I was doing my transfer practice run for this playthrough. Just using Soften in his maxed out glory is incredibly satisfying. Alright, kill there for Aaron. Drop another Spirit Bomb. Clap your hands if you believe. Ooh, another point of speed. That leaves him with 4. Doubt I would cancel. Triangle. No. Okay. Surely you don't miss, Mariana. 94. Good. It's funny that she's getting this much experience on hard already, even though she's level 12. Like, she's higher level than Nolan. Nice. Ooh, much better level. It's almost speed though. Back. Free attack and a vulnerary to steal. I think it would be better if I just get rid of him, am I right? What's his crit? 6. That's 8. Enough. Thunder. Aaron. Remeber blocking my way. I suppose it's fine. Next map is the Lilia's map, yeah. It was more like word of mouth, basically, how the fan base perceived it at the time, which was wholly flawed from the start. Given that, I think it was like at the time there were like general contestants, but so much had changed with already, and like some, and it was like it was a little bit of presumptuous for me to think like that way anyway. But I thought it was fun at the time. But like no shenanigans with this one though. It's just gonna be I'm telling you like it is. How I feel about these characters in long form anyway. Yeah. It's a fine query, Astra. No worries. That's what I was expecting. Target this spot. Man, it was like a metric miracle that Britannia actually happened at all, and that she managed to get a critical, and that Sam managed to get a critical in every single map of Path of Radiance that she was available in. Every single one! And the only time she ever cut it close was during Tomas's map. Like, of all maps, that was the one. That was the main only one. Actually, it was like, he's there. And that's a live dangerously moment. I'll have Aaron do this. Not much else he can target, given that his other option is Sov, who flicks him out of existence. That was a good dodge, yeah. Okay. Oh, amazing. Stuff. Merm's like, hey, fresh meat for the grinder. Two more soldiers to add to the pile. More targets for Ileana to zap. He's gonna be very good at doing chip for a large portion of this. Of part 1. There, now I can use the steel bow. It really is. They put a lot of budget in these spell animations. They haven't really gotten this fancy again until like 3 houses. And even then, hey Bulky, what's tricks? Even then, there's certain je ne sais quoi regarding the spell animations in this game that the others don't have. This 13 AS. Oh, AS, I think. Actually, that's the fact, yeah. Almost AS there. Delta. They're in here. Nice. Glad to have you here. Up top. Already a 4 might increase with the steel bell already. Ooh, excellent first level on Aaron. That's the good stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about this archer right here. This guy has an iron longbow. Not only are longbows tiered in this game, but almost have a funky little mechanic. Bows, and any weapon, and typically most weapons that are like not specifically targeted, meant to be targeted at range greater than 2. If the targeted they target a character at range 3 or higher, they suffer a range penalty of 30. A hit 30 hit. So like if I put someone in this square here and this guy attacks that square, he has minus 30% chance to hit them. Two more soldiers. How fast are they? Both. Leave her there. Yeah, if he attacked Aaron, but though the wall in the way prevents him from seeing from my fire, so he can only attack no one from that spot. Yeah, see? Pretty low. A-rank knife. That did not take very long. This tree in the way, kinda a little hard. This shot. Fire with my weapon triangle making this a little difficult. Oh, nice, that hit, nice! Very cool. And I'll just be taking that, if you don't mind. Since Aaron got some stats, he can actually help out now a little bit. One heal. Laura, that won't get her like destroyed immediately. No. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Defense. Alright. That improves their survivability by like 0.1%. Sorry, Laura. Miss. Zap. Zap. coin. See ya, Micaiah. This is the fate she has to deal with every time she runs into a physical enemy. Leonardo does not have much better. Not even. Oh. Can you start something?
Now, boys, don't touch that stuff.
Tis the season smile.
So it's not like I'm rolling in vulneraries already. I mean, I'm rolling in vulneraries already, so may as well, right? Cheers, Bulky. Appreciate the sub. This is dangerous. I missed the 94. Come on. Good. Alright, kids, leave. Single file. Anti-dom. Anti-dom. A little bit of a slower end of this map than I normally go, but again, just kind of taking my time with this, having fun. So, no big deal, no big deal. Cool. Yeah, surprise, right? The moment Magnion started to get involved and dirty their hands, like, yeah, we own the school now. George and Daniel. Shoutouts to George for making it into heroes, by the way. Blessed guy. His war games tact finally paid off. And there was Mustin. Ashenart's son? That man fucked? Absolutely. No kidding. No kidding with that statement. Very curiously, regarding bonus experience, if ally characters fight, any experience they would have gotten if were they playable is transferred to bonus experience. Which is neat. Chapter 4. Distant Voice. I don't know about you guys, I'm having a great time playing this again. This feels nice. And just in time, too! We're at the bass section! We can get to jam to this jaunty tune. This is well time for me. I gotta use the bathroom. I will be right back. So hey, welcome to the base menu, where it's just as chill as it was in Path of Radiance, where you can macro to your heart's content. Like with our items, buy stuff, manage stuff, like experience and skills, support with characters, listen to stuff, read up on the library, and learn more. So I'm just gonna finagle around a little bit. We now also have access to a convoy, so feel free to dump my stuff a little bit. I won't be using the center drop just yet. Doesn't matter what I do with my skill scrolls, because as long as they're in the convoy or on a person, they can be used. We'll need to use the door key for some time so that can safely go away. And the rest is the rest. Yeah. The rest is the rest, is the rest, is the rest. Alright. Before we explain anything regarding the stuff, let's do talkie talks. Hey Josh! He's be on his way home by now, I assume. Da-da-da! You think this pudgy face is the face of a murderer? Yes, brother, indeed. We got a new character, Meg. We'll talk about her in a sec. Let's learn more about the merchant crew. Their prices are fair. This is one very notable change. There are now bargains you can buy in the shop that change depending on the chapter. Typically stuff that you can't get anywhere else or harder to come by. And that's just the business side of things. Now we can talk about the forging deal. George, don't be rude. This was before his time he got into Heroes. He's still a little agitated. Raw materials are so hard to come by, indeed. So once again, George let you can buy and sell stuff off of him, and Daniel forged his weapons. Forging has gotten a lot cooler since Path of Radiance. Here's a slight localization changer bobber. Talking about materials. See, in the original Japanese version of Radiant Dawn, you had to get materials as well in order to forge stuff. The materials is basically like points, the point system, depending on what weapons you sell. Depending on the higher the rank of the weapon you sell, the more materials you get. But it was kind of a cumbersome mechanic, so the localization just like took it out altogether. So you just don't have to worry about it entirely, you can just forge like the Path of Radiance entirely. And thank God for that change, because the way they sound in like Japanese version sounded like an absolute nightmare. Also, coins are now usable. When you successfully forge a weapon, you can use a coin and you can get a bonus attached to it if you're lucky. It was very much a case of hoard weapons so you can sell them and then forge with them. At that point, you can just like use your hoarding tech, unless you really needed the extra kit. Anyhow, so we have our first Armor Knight, Meg, Sword Armor. Not particularly great stat-wise, and she's only level 3, so she's a ways off for being, like, genuinely decent. She's fast. Like, once her speed kicks up, she's got a decent, speed, and... I mean, if you're willing to put the raw effort into her, she can be a passable Armor Knight, but... the effort is the key word here, because she has a very rough start of it. The game's not going to get any easier from here, and you have to want it if you want to use Meg. You have to want it. Hey, points that she's Brahm's daughter, so that's cool. Her gross are 60 HP, 35 strength, 15 magic, 40 skill, 65 speed, 75 luck, 35 defense, 50 res. Yeah, high res, not particularly good strength or skill, despite the nice bases, but the speed is, like, that's very good for armor. Her sword rank is not particularly great. She's fine, he gets all the good stuff right now. She does come with a pretty killer skill, Fortune, and that's a free one, which negates crits. Her luck is already at right now, but just like flat negating crits with all the higher end crit classes that suddenly start running around it, this is pretty good. Although it's quite an expensive skill to just slap on another character, you decide to take it off. However, I have another use for this skill. So if I can take it off, I can also reapply it if I wanted to, but if you tend to reapply a skill that a character had before you took it off, they'll have to pay for it again. But I'm gonna sell this. It's worth quite a bit of money. let's see what we've got to have. Bronze iron, bronze iron, bronze iron, bronze iron, bronze bronze, but we have a knife. Base knife is good since they are the ranged equivalent of the dagger. And I'll buy another bronze dagger. Solve. We got thunder and light. Not that I really need to buy magic. I'll buy a heal. As you've noticed, you can also choose to buy items in bulk if you'd like. An herb, don't really need it. And here's where the fun starts coming in. The bargain section. As you can tell, again, you can just come here every time and just look through the wares. They change every map, and you can get some really nice rare stuff, or the stuff that would be hard to come by anywhere. So, javelin and hand axe are definitely good, especially the hand axe. Buy both. I'd recommend at least the hand axe if you can afford. If you're a little stingy about the money, buy the hand axe at least. Beast Killer is pretty cool. It's a very powerful knife despite its rank. Like 9 might, despite being a D rank knife, is good. And it's also effective against beast type enemies, little glues. And despite its low accuracy, it also has a very high crit rate. 20 extra crit. It's a very good weapon to use just like casually, although it only has 20 uses, so be very careful with it. Elite is trash. Like, this is a rip-off of money. Don't buy this. End is okay. Get the higher end here would be alright, but I don't really need the money for this. Buy right now. I will instead forge something. So you can forge basic tier stuff right now. Sword, lance, axe, bow, knife, and tier 1 tomes. Only tier 1 tomes, unfortunately. Forging magic is still just kind of limited to just the basic stuff. You can still make them very strong, but alas, you can only do so much with it, unfortunately. I am going to forge a sword. Iron sword. I will promptly up it a little bit. Make it nice and green. And I have a coin. Picked up the last map. So whenever you have a coin on screen, if you have one in your inventory and you decide to forge it, you can use it. Pretty much always do. Now you're allowed to pick a card, one at any 5. The card you pick is predetermined the moment you select the coin, and even when you save it and reload your save, so you can't re-roll your results. And when you pick a card, you can get a bonus to a fixed your weapon. I've got the arrow card, so I get +10 hit. Very nice. This is for Edward, so naturally I'm going to affix it to his birthright. Behold, the return of... Oops. Delete the one. Come on. There we go. Jacket Edge. Also with the cards, if you, there are some others. If you roll the Raven card, you don't get a bonus, but you get 4 coins instead, and if you roll the Vine card, you get nothing. It's the dud. You can also, get Iron Knife here. This is a nice way to actually be able to have one at this point in the game. And you'll want to buy a bronze. My convoy. It's good. Anyway, this is a knife. Put that away for now. I'm gonna put the card away. I'd never like seriously use it. Like, and we're playing with Hyperjack Sov. I don't think he needs it. If I need to kill something, I'll use the Beast Killer or the knife. Right now, Sov's job is to play chip down for the rest of my crew. And I'll give that Vilmario to Liliana. Hey, I got a Discipline Scroll. Not many characters can really use it right now since it's kind of, there's, like, not really much long-term use of it since, you get easy weapon experience, like, you can make use of it, but the one character I typically like to give it to this early is Aaron, since there's a very early Silver Lance you can get, and if you can get him to A rank quickly, he can make use of it. Micaiah is also a decent candidate for it, if you want to get her to Purge rank quickly. Because you automatically get handed a Purge Tome at some point in the game. But typically, there are times where Micaiah doesn't have the weapon rank for it. So you're just kind of holding your hands on it. Anyway, bonus experience. Bonus experience has been overhauled, so now you can still apply experience to your liking. However, if you use bonus experience on a character, that character will only gain 3 stats, guaranteed, and preference towards the highest growth rates. So if I gave it to someone to Micaiah to level her up, she would almost guaranteed get Magic Luck Res. Sometimes there's some variation, but typically it'll be Magic Luck Res for her, and that sort of thing. As you are mandatorily gaining 3 stats for bonus experience, it is often used to help flagging stats fall behind if a character happens to cap. Like if I use it on Sov here, he only has 3 stats that can go up, so strength, skill, and speed will always go up. And in the case where they have only less than 3 stats, then all of those will go up. So yeah, you can use it as a very nice tweaking potential. It's very cool that way. I don't really have much bonus experience to spend, so I won't be spending any right now. I think this is good. I'll save. In Hall, we can see the library. We see the records. Who was the MVP for every map? Pretty much, I believe MVP is whoever gets the most experience throughout the fight. Terminology and characters. This stuff is all full spoiler territory, but I'm pretty sure we all won't care about that. But still, play nice. Especially since I'm playing on a clear file. Since data is carried over for the glossary between runs. They could. I gave it like a passing glance, Josh. Just a slight touch on it. I only really talked about how high the values can get. It looks great though. Like in general, the mod like Daybreak. There was another one, the Exalted mod. Those look pretty solid. Yes, exactly. That's racism. Honestly. Well, I mean, he was! And of course, immediately Micaiah gets huffy about, because he mentions Ike. They would? Oh. We're rich, baby. Catman! It's Catman! Boy, oh boy. So, welcome to the prep screen. Yeah. Not much we really do here. We get to bring everyone, and Micaiah and Saul are forced, which always have to come. Oh yeah, supports. That was the one thing I forgot to actually go over. Flew over really quick. Yeah, the supports are in effect now. You can have any character support any other character in the game. Anyone support anyone, as long as you either participate in the same map. You gain point. You also gain points by shoving them or interacting with them in some forms. It's alright. It's a good system. Unfortunately, you can only support with one character at a time, and there are no unique support conversations anymore. Everyone has generic conversations with unless you get to the A rank with very specific characters. They have a unique line for those characters, but that's all you get. Nothing really fancy like the old days. Bit of a shame. This was pre-Awakening era before they could really cut loose with that sort of thing. So there was sort of something that they had to compromise for. Alas. Actually, can I support characters now? Well, I know there's at least one crew I'd like to support with. Bingo bongo! Alright, so this is the first the map where the difficulty kind of scales a little bit. Fighting Lagoos! Generic Lagoos! Lagoos have seen an entire overhaul to their mechanics since Path of Radiance, and how they function entirely as units. It's completely night and day. Sometimes, Lagoos can be seen like this, just meh, and when they bulk up, whoa. So, Lagoos transformation mechanics depends on their class now, as opposed to just like on a fixed timer depending on the character or Lagoos at all. And like generic ones like these will just gain meter as the map goes on, depending on the class they are. Once they get to 30, they don't automatically transform. 30 is the max for the transformation range now, but instead you can choose to transform at any time once you hit that number. And once you transform, Lagoos base stats double instead of receiving fixed bonuses depending on what race they are. So that makes them generally fantastic on offense, but when they declass, they're awful and they're extremely squishy. As an aside, Lagoos are now able to counterattack even while unshifted, using their equipped weapon as their might stat, and they can do decent damage, but they are very likely gonna die in most instances, unless that Lagoos happens to be very, very jacked due to the fact that their stats just bump up double instead of what's supposed to gain raw bonuses. So Lagoos just get a little bit harder to use as a result. Lagoos also now have a weapon rank that can go up. The strike meter, as you see there, they get strikes. As the strikes improve, so does the main weapon they have. They gain +5 hit, or +5 might for the tier, for going to S tier, and another 5 for going to double S tier. Unfortunately, getting weapon experience with strikes is very hard. They don't gain a lot of experience, and unfortunately, they cannot benefit at all from discipline. Some of the Lagoos classes get hit as well, but only a couple of them do. I think most of them just typically get it on when they reach double S rank, but some of them do reach it on the S rank. One other thing, unshifted Lagoos are considered tier 1, shifted Lagoos are considered tier 2, and their level cap is 40. So if you want to maximize experience gain when fighting Lagoos, you want to try and KO shifted ones as opposed to unshifted ones, unless you really need to like remove a problem from the unshifted ones, because again, these guys can be very devastating when they're shifted and do real damage. We have 2 bosses here, Agony and Pain, doing the whole generic bandit shtick Fire Emblem loves to do. They are a pair of 2 tigers. They have decent stats among them. And authority. Only 1. Any character that has an authority star, as long as they're the commander of the army, that army gets +5 hit and evade to the entire crew. These guys are alright. They'll eventually start moving, and you're going to want to be very careful because they hit hard. They're tigers. They will mess you up. Yeah, they have 9 strength here. This will become 18, and this is 20 attack. 8 strength, 16, 26 attack. That sort of thing. You have to be very careful. Maul and maul and maul maul. There are more hidden items in this map, and quite a couple of good ones, in fact. So, feel free to explore. In these 3 tiles here, you can get a coin. Only 1 per tile. These 3 tiles here, you can get 1 Master Seal. Only 1. And in these 2 tiles here, you can get a Beast Foe scroll, which uses the Beast Foe skill. Just gonna go get the coin right away. When a character gets support going, starting from here, if they have a support, they can converse and get that fancy one-line conversation out of the way. This works both ways. It's just flavor text. That's neat. So the main thing here is you have to watch out for the Lagoos as they come rushing in and huddle by these healing jars, which will restore 10% of your HP. Start of a return. Sovereign wants to support. How's it going? Hand axe. Forgot to buy an iron for Nolan, but hey, I got a little bit grab happy with what I wanted to buy, so I'm okay with that. As their basic C. Talk Ziangsty. There's a prime opportunity for Leonardo to get some catch-up experience, since even just lightly tapping the Lagoos that's shifted will net you some nice gains. kitty. Ow. My son. He's so beautiful. His jacket gives him extra power. Fantastic level. You really needed all those and then some. Oh, jeez. You need speed, my guy. It's 20%, not 10. That's good. You can see this guy immediately going right for the jugular. I'm just like, hey, shoot. Hey, no. Attaboy, Nolan. Ah, look at that. He's useless now. Here you go, Meg. Pity kill. I mean, they're good for her. They still give her decent experience, even at this form. Yeah, they do kind of look like arrows and knives. Probably, Matt. That's typically how I typically have them set. We'll see. Given all transfers, there might be some surprise newcomers to this particular set. Guy's about to transform. 26 attack. Yeet! Nice. Surprised I hit. Miss. Okay. Just enough. I'm taking that. Mavish. Mavish. Swing and miss. I think one of them does have all of our grass. I think. I gotta spawn first. I'll bear with Meg. Wind slash! Very cool, Edward. Stay there. Don't move. Don't move. Don't even blink, Aaron. He shifted. Yeah, see, check it out. You can still hit me decently hard, but I survived. Fist! Another excellent level. Yeah, Aaron. That's what I want to see. Still not getting HP, but I'll be fine with that as long as he keeps getting speed. HP will only be starting to be an issue later on once he actually has to keep bulking up to keep the faith going. Okay, some strength. Yeah, this one finally has some room to move, so he's gonna go in there. C rank already? Oh. These Lagoons were feral. I'd feel so sorry for them. This is a tiger. Iron a little bit, and then strike. Sorry, Yorin. How do you know that? Well, Mark's. I mean, oh, for fuck's sake. it's typically a lot of conversations with Micaiah and Saul for a while regarding background lore. It's like, ah, god damn it, him again. Which makes the next comment of hers even more poignant. Ooh, another point of speed and some defense. Good, good, good. Just like this map appears to have struck gold when it comes to level ups. They've not been particularly amazing throughout until now. Will the coins be found along the way? Alright, first level for Liliana. About expected. Hey, it's my buddy you're harassing. Lay off. Yeah, kick it! Kick it! Alright, that's B-Sword. Cat. Just going back to heal. This. Again. Our first soft level. What's he gonna get? More. This is an all transfers run, Shadow Pichu. This is basically using a save file in Path of Radiance where every character is maxed out. Even though it's physically impossible to do, it's just for fun. Yep, every single Path of Radiance character is jacked to hell and back, which makes for some very interesting plays regarding when returning casts. Some characters benefit way more than others from the transfers. Be back on this feed in no time. Sav just happens to be one of the best recipients of it due to his mechanics. This one's coming to fight me, but he's not quite maxed out yet. She's back. You? Bingo Master Seal. So Master Seal just promote a character from tier 1 to tier 2. Only that, you can't sell them, so you may as well use them if you have them. Otherwise, promotion clashes mechanics work exactly as it did in Path of Radiance. Once a tier 1 character gets to tier 2 or gets to level 21, unless they have a plot promotion, then they class up. Back on the offense. small bit of shenanigans. Six, yeah, I want shot Liana. Another expected Laura level? I mean, it's not like what she can get much else. She needs all the help she can get. Here's fine. Start going on the offensive. It's boss time. Let's scrap. Eh. Boss is moving. I'm gonna have to play it very carefully here. If you get a crit here, Micaiah, that'd be awesome. No. AS. Now to back up. Just these two overextension would be pretty bad. I don't want to lose those levels. Alright, Nolan bringing it back. He has an actual speed stat again. Get some money. Peaceful scroll. Missed. $26. No, that's 28 attack. 15. There's 15 to him. Crit is 8. And the crit will also be 8, so... Going from the box, yeah. Play it very safe here. I gotta make sure I get that chest. Seraph Robe, plus 7 HP. That is pretty much Micaiah always. When he wants to be playing. And a pure water. I got everything. The jagged edge. Long. Pray to God. Chin up! Zanganto! Ichimonjigiri! Very cool. It's a heron. Very fancy one. Saw it immediately into attack position. Just immediately dumping a massive lore text on Raphael all at once, like, just rocking his world at once. My brother, my sister, my dad! Oh! That's very nice. Anyway, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I need to do a lot of the characters. I'm gonna call it. I'll be right back. Check out this lady and her homeboy Guardian over here. Just suddenly dumping this massive bit of lore on us. Like, hey, by the way, there was like this one remote part of the world of Tellius that no one knew until now, thanks to this game, where we're like, yeah, there's some Lagoos here, there's some Bjork here, we're having a good time. And yet we never actually go to see Hatari. The fun times, they end before they even begin. He does. Give him a minute though, Nyla, jeez. Indeed. Right, Lord Ike, hero of the Crimean Liberation, leader of the Creole Mercenaries, and father of Slav's children. This side of Micaiah was the base side of Micaiah, but this game sorely needed more of. Thankfully she came back in Heroes. She said the line for it! She did. Anyway, take it away, narrator.
The history of Tellius is a history of warfare, or so the troubadours sing. It is a history of unending conflict between the Bjork and the Lagoos, a history penned in blood and scarred by mistrust. The Bjork fight with the weapons of man, the sword, the axe, the lance, and the magic arts, while the lagus, able to
Screw the
transform
bow.
into beast, bird, and dragon, are weapons unto themselves. Both were created equally by the goddess, but neither race has ever accepted the other. The Heron Prince, Raphael, the Wolf Queen of Hatari, Nyla, and her vassal, Volug. Is the Dawn Brigade's meeting with these three lagus chance, or a sign of things to come? Micaiah can only wonder.
Wonder she will, as the plot thickens. Chapter 5, The Lost Heir. So the last member for this session. Word. Another good shot of the map, just using the map assets like this. This game does a good job of doing this every now and again. I wish it did a little bit more. This shit rocks. I think they did a great job with this. I wish that game did like way more. But, like, cause the scenery, I feel like the scenery in this, when they do it like this, is more poignant than when they do it in Awakening. IDK. This is how I feel. Hey! More info, please. And thank you. Yes, we do. We could use more. Now, Micaiah. And we're playing Fire Emblem. Money makes the world go around in this game. Oh, like, put me in, coach. I never figured it out either. Given Volug's semi-importance throughout the duration of Part 1. Yeah, the story still calls for him at some point, but it's hard to really, like, say if that's like because you picked him or because they could have done like anyone else. Never actually figured out for true. She always fun? Yes, that's why she rules. Excuse me. Guys, I think Laura lost the plot at some point. It's true though, the Dawn Brigade is full-on Robin Hood. How do you know the truth? Micaiah said so. Yeah, you're right. that's the gimmick, baby. Yeah, you're right. Nolan here to put these boys back in their place. If Edward is a swordmaster at one endgame, this conversation is not canon. Given that he is my highest priority target to level up in this run, Josh, that's a challenge to me specifically. Hey, Volvik showed up. He's pretty cool. So he's our first Laguz that we get, though he acts as a very atypical Laguz, given what he runs with. He's a wolf, which is sort of an in-between of the cat and tiger. They focus high on skill and have decent strength. Their speed is just a little bit less than a cat, though. Just a little bit more than the tiger, less than the cat. They have very high skill. And decently powerful Fang, just about, again, in between the tiger's fang, tiger's claws, and tiger's fangs and the cat's claws. Ulug's main gimmick is for this first part he is under the effect of Wild Heart. This skill translation is completely wrong. So currently the current effect of Wild Heart is that he's always shifted, regardless of his Laguz gauge, and this skill cannot be messed with in any way for this part. However, while he's under this permanent half-shifted form, the stat bonus that you would normally get, the double stat, is instead cut to 50% stat increase, as you see here. Strength would be 22, but instead is capped to 16. Skill would be 24, but it's capped to 18, and so on. It's basically Demi-Demand, but if it were skill instead. Once part 1 is over, however, Wild Heart becomes a standard skill, and you can shift at any time while under the effect of Wild Heart, but your transformation gauge can go up normally after that, and then you can just choose to net. And when you get to manually get to 30 transformation, you can shift normally and get the proper stat boost. You can also just use the Laguz Stone once you get it and shift that way if you don't want to use the Wild Heart to do so. But if you really want to use a Laguz long term and don't want to worry about the whole nonsense that comes with their stats, then use Wild Heart. But again, the half experience thing comes with the fact that he's already shifted, so he needs less experience because he's already considered tier 2. So Volug has pretty nice stats overall, although as a Laguz he has interesting growth rates because they have to balance the guys out somehow. Given the fact that if they get +1 to their core stat, it's essentially +2 while shifted. So Volug's groups are 95 HP, 25 strength, 15 magic, 35 skill, 40 speed, 90 luck, 15 defense, 10 res. So yeah, there's only like genuinely good non-luck or HP stat is speed, growth-wise. The rest are just fairly low. They typically give them high HP, so when you try to bonus experience with them, if you do so, try to gain the system, they typically get HP and luck, and luck is not doubled from there, so you get at least one normal stat for them. So you're just gonna have to hope that whatever stat they get for a while is a good one, because their growths are not particularly great. They're not the super jacked on the stat side they were in Path of Radiance. All Laguz typically have a high base HP. Volug is actually on the lower end of experience since he gets to level 15, but he has quite a room to grow, so he's got lots to do. I'm gonna give this energy drop to him. That's 3 strength for him. That'll matter a lot. And that's yours, Micaiah. This way that she can actually potentially stare down a physical attack, and if she doesn't get doubled, she can maybe survive it, as opposed to just dying outright. We won't be running into any more Lagoos for some time, so Beast Folk can go away. Fight, I mean, so... He's away. Alright. Shop. Another Wind Edge. Iron Longbow. This is okay to have at this point, but only if your Leonardo's like actually good. Mine is not. I haven't been pumping in that much in his levels up to like okay, so not particularly great. And you have to remember the hit penalty at free range, because you have to consider that. It's good for this map though, for sure. There's high ground that you can take advantage of, but otherwise, eh. And Spirit Dust and Arm Scroll. Arm Scroll's nice. It just forces one the equip weapon to go up, but you get plenty of them through just like finding them on the overworld if you look carefully. Spirit Dust's nice though. That's just too magic just to have. Not many of my characters can really benefit from much, even though, like, Micaiah typically gets more than she needs anyway. Ileana's a good pick for it, obviously, and Laura is, like, the only other one right now. And we do get, like, at least one more magic user for part 1, but they don't really need it either. So you can really buy it just to have it, and then pawn it off when you want to. Unless you have some other strat for involving magic, like within view or whatever. Oh yeah, Arm Scrolls. Lagoos cannot benefit from them at all because they don't know how to read the shit. So they can't use them to bring their strike rank. Lagoos just keep losing, son. It sucks, dude. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy any of those big stuff. I'll instead just buy normal weapons. I'll buy an axe for Nolan, because boy howdy, he needs it now. Forge weapon, a forge and lance. Black. I have one coin, but I'm not going to use it for this weapon. Just kebab. Now I'll forge an axe. And I will use this coin. Arrow again. Yeah, this is definitely the Heat Hawk hours. Good. All I need right now. There yet to bump up. Back out. Actually, look again real quick. There's no items. That's fine. That's fine. take Meg stuff. Use on the next map. That's fine. Fine now. Onwards and upwards. So you keep digging through the desert of death. His finely acuted senses detect him toward the plot. Oh, excuse me. The plot goes on southward as we run into more familiar faces. Alright. So, one thing to know is when you pick up Volug, he has to come on every map, and if he dies, it's a game over for the duration of part 1. So, do mind that. Not that there's so much that can do any real damage to him here, except for, like, very specific things, like these. Fire Magic, which is fight against Beast Try to lose, and Volug does not have great res, so you'll get singed real quick, and it's bad, and it's not good. Not good at all. Anyway, this is a defense map. We have to rush in and save the heroes of Dane that are holding up here and protecting the son of King Ashnard, as it were. And there's a lot of begging on troops, like, hey, stop trying to gain power, because you're kind of being rude about it now. And you go away. And you can see they're turned to face them, as opposed to us, which is really funny. Very like that, we'll take. So the lost here is Whiston, Fire Mage. He's got Hellfire. Fire magic, by the way, is the strongest magic type in the game. Its might is unparalleled, and the class and the Fire Magic class is actually like legit good. So they get the fire be winning. Also has a Shine Barrier, which you can use, which you can steal. The enemy typically doesn't use them on this map, though there will be some others that will use them on other maps if they have them. If you want to steal it, feel free to go and do so. So there are some more hidden items in this map. Look for them. Stuff I don't particularly need. Okay. Here? Is this right? No. It's here you can get a coin, and here you can get a concoction. Concoction is a 6 use healing item that restores 40 HP. Anyway, so normally this would be kind of difficult for these guys since, well, they have to deal with 2 of the 3 here giving them trouble and potential problem in Jill getting licked, but when all transfers run, all these guys are so messed. Start with Torneo, who, So, I believe... I don't think it's possible for Torneo to max most of his stats unless you use stat boosters on him. I think the ones that do need stat boosters are defense, maybe yeah, I don't think you can max magic and Path of Radiance, and definitely can't max luck at all. So, and for HP he will need all the robes. But as you see, Torneo with all transfers is just a god. He's definitely the king killer now. Look at this man. So, as a Lance General, he's there sporting his trusty Silver Lance, swapped out useless swords for axes, a superior choice. And then he has S-Lance AX, and still has Resolve, which has been tweaked. The description is wrong. It's no longer the god skill that it was in Path of Radiance. This functions like it did in the Japanese version, which the location does not change. It instead only raises skill and speed by 50%, but at half health. Strength does not change. They are not getting through him. And they'll find Zahark a difficult mark as well. In all transfers, Zahark is can cap most of his stats, I think. I think luck is probably like the one that isn't likely, unless you get like super lucky. And I don't think he has enough luck to get it unless you. I think. Yeah. Does he have 7 weeks luck in Path of Radiance when he joins? It might be 6. If it's 7, then you can make it. But you'd probably have to but you have to get luck on every single level for him. The most likely thing that you'd probably get if you use him, probably like strength or skill, speed probably, and HP definitely. Zahark definitely benefits a lot from transfers, namely the HP and extra defenses. He already has plenty of strength, skill, and speed. It's the bulk that he needs more than anything, since that keeps him fighting longevity real good. As you can see, he's already a Swordmaster, got a killing edge on him. The other weapons are decently good in this, although they aren't as high might as they are in other games. They have slightly more in exchange for their high crit rate. It was 6, okay, so he can't cap it actually. And even with the transfers, it's still only 13. He also, with the transfers, gets max sword rank already. Male Swordmaster, for whatever reason, has double S rank sword by default, despite, and only the male Swordmaster. The female equivalent does not. And I largely assume it's a coding error, because when you look at the Tier 3 variant of Swordmaster the enemy eventually uses, they don't have double S rank, I think. Actually, they do. It's just they're copied over. It was just kind of funny. It's largely aesthetic. It's just very amusing. As a Swordmaster, they get crit 10, and of course Zahark gets Adept for free, which is pretty cool. He's got a lot of speed to throw around, and he also has Earth Affinity. Very, very cool. He's just a pretty general dude. And Jill, character who benefits the most from transfers for Part 1 by far. Still only a Draconite, level 14, but she got a serious buff from Path of Radiance now that she focused exclusively on axes, and Draconite as a class itself got a pretty significant buff. Now they are no longer weak to bows, and are only vulnerable by thunder magic, which Jill doesn't have a lot of res for, but the rest are. Transfers, for all transfers, I don't think she can cap luck naturally. The luck cap is 40. The rest I think is good, but she'd probably need stat boosters for a lot of them. But Jill is definitely one of those who really wants to have some standard transfers, because she benefits heavily from HP, strength, and speed transfers, as well as defense if you can afford that, since Jill is primarily offense, but she has fairly little bulk to stand in the way. But with transfers, a lot of those problems are evaporated immediately. She has good strength, very fast, high defense, and can fly. She's awesome with transfers. AXs already, no skills, not that she needs any. She's just extremely solid, and definitely a hard contender for one of the best Part 1 units. And very high tier unit as well. Deserved. No rules. Alright, so first thing I like to do is just have Volo just hop up and like, hey, what's up? immediately get this platform to control. Just don't expect him to get experience though. He's not going to be like that for some time. It's time to whip out the jacket edge. Ow.
Oh, you're a shish kebab!
Nice. Kill. Don't kill, we'll go for that. Yeah. You know, if he had an eye patch, it could be a mono eye. Then he'd be a Zaku for sure. He's a portrait eye. Alright, that should be B. Yep, B stuff. So typically the main danger with this map, aside from trying to keep your own unit safe from the increasing the strength of the enemies, is keeping Jill alive, because she's by far the most likely character to die, and if any of the Dane holdouts die, it's a game over. Hopefully there aren't any more. Miss. Get out of here, son. So they'll attack, but they'll typically try to keep within close proximity of the central square. Yeah, the dusty pallor of the look has of the map is pretty good. Masaka! If I remember correctly. Not you. Which one of you had it? It was you. Yeah, you have the Master Seal. He was far away. I mean, he needed a little bit to adjust his eyes in the dusky sunset of the pallor of this map. Miss. Here's where Leonardo's res coming in. Well, here's magic on magic combat, as it typically is in the Tellius games. I.e. bad. Leonardo's got the right idea, at least. Adios! Taking that. Alright, good. More strength is good. One pretty nice thing about Lagoos when they're shifted is that they don't have to pay much movement cost to go up and down ledges. They can just immediately just sprint forward. HP. Move all the way down just to get this guy off my back. Ooh, Weavile's a good pick for Zahar. I can see that. Very rude. Zangers is also a pretty good pick, yeah. They've had it. Some more. Now they have enough speed that Ileana doesn't double them. Probably shouldn't be using Leonardo to cover the edge there because he has low HP and the archers can still one-shot him. Wind edge. Oh. This should be safe for Leo. Look how fast he just gets back into the swing of things. Watch out for these slippery brutes. Getting the back off. You have a priest there. Heal him up if necessary. Eh. Okay, the archers are gone. Free reign for Leonardo now. Bring back Iron Legend! Alright, HP and res. Get in, Jill. Stay back. Should we B or no? It's A. Huh? It's 26 attack on Volog. I have him attack. 19 damage. 38. Okay, he'll. I don't think they'll all just gang up on him, so he'll live this. Yeah. Miss. That's another point of speed. He's popping off, dude. Come closer. Oh, Howl! We forgot to go over Hulk's Howl. Howl is a skill that when you take damage from a ranged attack, skill percent chance, I think, that the enemy gets immobilized for a turn. And again. See ya. Three. All of them get him, he'll probably die. Go back off. Heal. Thanks for that. Nice, that should be sea light. We should be safe here. Dane isn't known for winning at Squires. Damn, dude. Nah, I want the boss kill more. good. All the stats. It won't take him long for him to get 2 stats only, because the strength cap is for Rogue is 22, 23, one of those. Yes, okay. I'm gonna try something. Edward is right there. Let's meme. Come on, kitties, let's have some fun. Miss. Alright, he's a little ways into A. Good. The sooner that Volu gets S-Strike, the better he'll be off. Like, not even kidding. This dude's a battering ram once he gets going. Ooh, Angel? Okay, didn't have to worry. That guy went first. This is Micaiah.
And who do we have here?
See, the chat has my back immediately. But how? Push solid side. Oi! That's my sister you're messing with. I am a genius. Too much elixir. Ain't that the truth? Ah, but let's meet the son of King Ashnard. There he is. The actual top boy, Peleus. Peleus comes in with the harpsichord, this top tier FF9 theme. This is like, lets you immediately know what this kind of guy is like. Immediately choose to deign promotion to Micaiah, like, hey, like, hold on a minute. I'm only level 9, like, give me a minute. It's a dire strait. It's like, but please, like, no, I don't want to be a figure, but please, for me? Okay, Peleus, you're cool. What the hell, Micaiah? I was just trying to do my job, jeez. This theme is essentially Micaiah's theme. It's pretty good. Basically, the play is whenever she has to do something she disagrees with heavily. What if the skill all sacrifice? What do you think I will do? Exactly! Jade gets it! My 20 defense is going nowhere, Micaiah. Of course, it better not go anywhere. Seriously, soft. Do you really? Yeah, just letting you know. This kid, I swear to God.
Three years passed. Dayin mustered all of its formidable military might and cut a bloody swath through neighboring Crimea in a sudden invasion.
Ashnard's winning smile.
Dayin was defeated, however, and the dreams of its ruler, Mad King Ashnard, died with him. Ashnard's son, Peleus, possesses a gentle sincerity that is a bright counterpoint to his late father's violence and duplicity.
Ain't it just?
Ill-suited though he seems for these troubled times, his presence is a welcome sight to Micaiah's eyes.
Look at him, he's a handsome dude.
Peleus, declared rightful heir to the throne, finds his name becoming a rallying cry for Dayin. At his side is the only person he believes can lead his liberation army, the silver-haired maiden.
Number 6. Raise the standard. It's Murado time. As we start to gain official peerage within the Dane ranks, the Begnion army begins to stir. Oi! Nam and Jared yell in my ear again. Get out of here. Yep. She never called arms. Have you seen her stats, Jared? I doubt she would have amounted to much. And then again, given Path of Radiance lower scale, maybe she probably should have answered the call to arms. And believe her, and believe him, he can throw her pretty far. Yeah, it probably could have worked. But then again, Astrid ended up becoming a special case in her own right. We'll see. Thanks, Makalov. I love this kind of setting right now with what Radiant Dawn goes for, just setting up the war thing. I just wish part 1 was a little slower so we could take it in more. I bet. This shit right here, the whole strategizing thing with the war map council thing, I live for this shit in Fire Emblem. More of this, please, God. They do it in Berwick Saga a lot. It's awesome. Jill would know very well about that. Thanks, Shaharam. Goodness, Isaka. God, I wish they didn't tell him, to be honest.
Excellent. Well then, yes.
Isaka voices. Alright, before we end the stream, let's rapid fire talk about our new guys really quick. I kind of give a very short overview of them. We'll do it really more quick. Tornio, very strong unit for this portion of the game. However, we don't have him for very long. He's only able to return for 6. It's a 2-parter, and that's it. He's gone for the rest of part 1. But he's effectively invincible, except for like the occasional hammer that shows up. His roasts are 55 HP, 40 strength, 5 magic, 65 skill, 50 speed, 20 luck, 45 defense, 50 res. He's pretty jacked. When he comes back in part 3, he's more than a match, especially with transfers. He's definitely a match for the enemy now, even when they start scaling up pretty quick, and those extra gains is good. The defense might be a little bit lacking, but with the extra 2 from the transfers is good, and if you decide to keep resolve on him, then all the better. Like, uses skill and speed in check. I do wish he was around a little bit more, because he'd be fantastic for some parts in the game, part 3, or earlier part 3 and 1. But no need to be picky. He's good for what we got, and yeah, he's rock solid. The silver lance he comes with is good. I'm going to give that to Aaron. Thank you. And then we have Zahark, who is a high offense unit thanks to his high strength, skill, and speed. Decent HP, but as mentioned, his bulk is a little bit low. He's only a sword master, and the enemy's already gaining a significant leg up. His gross are 55 HP, 35 strength, 10 magic, 75 skill, 70 speed, 40 luck, 25 defense, 35 res. He's basically, you just don't want to bother with Edward, and most people, when they see him, they're like, yeah, let's not use Edward. Unless they happen to like him a lot like me. They just like see a free swordie that just pretty much use him. Or you can use both. There's nothing wrong with using both. But you're starved for slots, and you want the higher offense anyway, so Zahark just comes in really kitted. He's pretty strong, excellent affinity. Adapt is a great skill to have on a Swordmaster, especially with a high proc chance for him. He got it good. And Jill, already mentioned, arguably one of the best units in part 1. Definitely one of the best units in the entire game if she has transfers going on. her growths are 50 HP, 45 strength, 15 magic, 45 skill, 65 speed, 60 luck, 35 defense, 45 res, decent bulk, high speed, decent strength. It's really her base HP that's kind of lacking with some defense from the high octane enemies. But her class is excellent. She's your first flyer. She's a great flyer, and having axe access is fantastic for this portion of the game, since you only have Nolan, and he's good, but you could use more. Jill is definitely more. She's cracked. Alright, I'm gonna make another axe for Jill. What'd you want to call it, Matt? Jill every axe line. Jill every last one. Didn't even miss. We can buy steals now. Good. Steel lance for Aaron. Really get stuff to use silver. I'll buy an iron for Jill. I'll buy iron daggers now. Now that the enemy's starting to gain a little bit of bulk, this can actually be useful for solve, so I will, and they're fairly cheap as well. Don't need to buy tomes. Javelin and hand axe. I will buy both of these. I'm gonna put this in the convoy. The hand axe. I will give Jill. Spent hers already. And sure, I'll buy the band. Now that we actually have some HP characters with some higher HP, I could benefit from having more heals. Now the Dawn Brigade is Porygon. Uh-oh. Personal Space Lady. She absolutely doesn't want it. Only a base of 1,000 gold. Well, I have a little bit of money now. So you're staying then. Yep. It's too soon for the plot to find out about us. Uh-huh. Renewal Scroll! I feel bad for Kerf, to be honest. Given that he's just basically just a normie guy. Well, normie, air quotes. Anyway, renewal. Decent skill. It's really only beneficial on characters that have an actual HP stat. You know, like Prologue. I'm gonna give it to him. I will remove Resolve of Toronio. Yeah, I mean, if you don't remove it now, you're gonna have to wait until much later to do so. Sorry, Matt. Cancel goes to you. And resolve to Micaiah. She actually makes pretty decent use of it in conjunction with sacrifice, as long as you're willing to keep her HP low. Zara can keep that for now. Let's look real quick before we end. Didn't have to worry about Power Rangers. I actually would play more, but then right now anyway. I should give some sorts too. Arc. Okay, and that'll do it for today's session of Radiant Dawn. And, that was a good session. Had a lot of fun with this. And 5 hours. I kinda missed this game, I really did.